Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam Conan, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Now, since yesterday, I actually did manage to do a couple of things that have been long overdue, especially some. Um, sorry, trying to think. I don't know. I really should stop trying to wing the whole thing. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. So, yes, I finally worked on having. I finally got like the. God. I got the side mission abilities for my astrologian, which is only one, and apparently the other ones are not going to show up until I get to a certain mission in Shadowbringer. So I more or less reached the limit of what abilities I can get for now, at least, which is fine. I've been doing pretty well, and I don't think the last abilities I need to get are that well. Of course, they're important, but it's like three. There's like literally just three abilities left for me to unlock, and then that's it. I will have mastered the astrologian. Also, I finally glamoured. I got they did give me like a new attire, although it can't be shown because I glamoured over it. But it wasn't that cool looking, so I was like, might as well. To free up some space, which I now have a lot of. I don't think I freed up any of my armor. Well, I have a little bit more of armor space because I put some stuff for glamour purposes. That's about it. What else did I do? Oh yeah, I got a black cat minion. Finally, I saved up enough, and I did an event at the Golden Saucer. It was one of the parkour ones, and I did it relatively okay. I got quite enough, just the right amount to get the cat. So, pretty happy about that. What else did I do? I think that's it. I don't know. It'll come back to me if there was more. That's about it though. So yeah. Okay, and now the story. As I remember it, some kid that is Yotsuyu's half brother came by and he's like, "Oh, we want her back, but also we want to talk about peace," which I thought was very, very, very hypocritical, because it's like, oh, they were kicked out of the country they invaded, and then they're like, oh, well, since we can't afford to right now to invade you, we'd like to have a peace treaty. And I get it. It probably maybe I was gonna say maybe it's a good thing, but I don't really think so, because they're still an empire and they still might invade other countries. If anything, if they could do something along the lines of, oh, Doma is now in a contract to like not interfere with the Empire's business because they're in peace, so they can afford to invade the Eorzea without Doma interfering or something along those lines. I don't know if that's where the story's gonna go, and I'm literally just coming up with this on the fly, but now that I say it, that may be the case. Which is kind of scary to think about, that they could do something like that. But I somehow doubt that it's gonna end like that. Also, I'm curious if we're gonna give back Yotsuyu. I don't think we will, but Oh yeah, and Yotsuyu is acting like a little kid, because she actually did lose her memories, which feels very, very wrong, because of the way everyone's acting around her now. So yeah, there's that also as well. That's about it, honestly. It was pretty peaceful. Well, relatively speaking, it was peaceful. We did like 2 duties, I think. So yeah, let's get right back on it. This is right after these guys showed up, and they're like, oh, let's do a peace treaty. We shall escort our guests across the river to the enclave. Yugiri, pray go ahead. Head to the Yuzuka Manor docks. What? Oh, to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Also, I noticed there's a giant Garlean ship in Kugane. It's just floating there. I thought it was because of the current quests and all of that, like Guardians looking for Yotsuyu, but it's still there. Because I went there to do my side mission for the Astrologian. I think I ended the arc of the mission, so whatever happens next, I think I may actually... Well, I still don't know if I should stream those side missions, because it's still gonna be very out of context. It's like reading chapter 5 of a book without reading what goes before, and it just won't quite fit because a lot has happened. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think we're gonna get any quests anytime soon anyway, so But I think I'm gonna keep playing Astrologian for the time being. So at this pace, I think we're gonna reach level 80 with it, even if we don't unlock the side quests until we reach whatever point it is that we get. Because it's at very specific quests in Shadowbringers. So literally one of them quests said it was called Shadowbringers. So you know, it seemed pretty obvious. That and it did say that also. Oh, this concludes the quest for Stormblood for the Astrologian class. So that's it. This place looks different. It looks. Oh yeah, there's lights now. It's not completely abandoned, and there isn't as many monsters. I guess that maybe that's it. I thought it wasn't it, but as soon as I saw this dock, I was like, "Yep, it is the place where we fought." I think for the first or maybe second. Yeah, no, the second time we fought Xeno on a duty, and he was like overpowered and doing his moves. He was like, "Oh, you're gonna force me to get slightly serious or something like that," and then one-shotting us. Lord Tien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. There he is, a black coral. Coral. He may look cute, but if he gets serious, if I get threatened, it will come to my defense and it will look at the enemy straight into its soul with those eyes, and they will die. Yes, that's how drastic it is. Take me away, boatman. Take a sip of water. Okay. Let's mount. It's probably gonna be very close. Eh. Have I tuned? The Doman Enclave. I guess I've never been here before. Or if I have, I've never attuned. Okay, let's attune first. That's a very shiny horse. It's a very shiny... Well, it's a carbuncle. It's very shiny though. There we go. Also, this outfit fits with my plane sphere, which I like. There you are, Samko. So, first things first, what do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an Aetherite now, courtesy of Onishishu. Be sure to attune to it, will you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But onto the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead. Their ease ahead of the new Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I am just not reading quite right. Maybe I don't need glasses. I don't know. I want you there when the talk starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. And I am not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alfino and Alize will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say you'll come. Oh, I'll be there. A combination of the two sentences I had that option of. I knew I could count on you. Yeah, I'm gonna grab my soup and I'm just gonna lean down on the corner, putting one of my feet up for support, and then I'm just gonna cross my arms and slurp my soup very loudly whenever whenever the Garleans say something that's not appropriate or something, you know. When you're ready, come and join me at my humble abode. To the Kienkan. The guardsman will see you in. They're gonna be like, oh, so anyway, because we're gonna be in a peace treaty, we'd like it so if we attacked Eorzea, you didn't interfere, and then I just go, and you know, I'm like, slam my spoon on the table. Lord Tien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes, please.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend.
To cede Doma to her? What the heck? He's talking like he owns it still.
Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize.
Oh yeah, even more hypocrisy. I just realized they were literally attacking where the Confederacy is, which is like the same area where the Kojin live, right before this. And he was probably the one leading.
To eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
I don't buy it. Maybe, like, I buy the part about them being like, oh, this pure faction of the Guardians. What I don't buy is that, how coincidental is that they both use the same type of ship? You know,
That
travel
would
around.
be most welcome. But if I may
sure
speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange.
There it is. Who do they have? Who do they have? Wait, who do they have? The Omega weapon, I guess? I can't really think of any. Have they caught anybody?
Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the
Oh.
Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict.
I wonder who they want to take back.
Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yep, there we go.
Yotsuga? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
I don't buy this.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
No, kick them out. Something fishy is going on here.
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still didn't quite, wait, I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? No, absolutely not. They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. Oh, hi, Hijack. Yup, prisoner exchange. You think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps. Though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, not even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she will not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alfino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I will have your thoughts on this matter. Yes, but how was I supposed to ever guess it was someone I've never met before? That's just impossible. Unless there's another sibling we've yet to meet. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have a little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. It's fine. Yeah, it made me really think hard about it though. I was still looking for it every time. Let's see. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Samko. Let's leave Alfino to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made watch at Sakazuki. you have those same healer boots. Aren't those? I'm wearing the bits on parts of the disguise. Oh yeah, the boots. Yeah, I remember where I got them. Honestly, I like them though. Go and keep Alice a company. We are safe enough for now. I believe so. Yes. Wait. No, this is unable to apply glamour plates here. Really? It doesn't get any safer than an isolated room with all my allies. Alright, whatever, man. Can't look at my... I can't even look at the glamour plates. Why can't I at least open it? Even if it doesn't let me use them, but okay. Oh, now I can use them. There we go, hang on. Nope. Yeah, it is. Yup. Solarettes. Daystar Solarettes. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the Ethernets in this area. 1, 2... Oh, it's just 3! It will help you later. Alright, you know what? Wait, can I summon? Oh, I can summon. You know what? Let's do it now. It's just 3 of them anyway. So I might as well. Wait, does this count as a new area? Well, no, of course it is a new area. I meant it... No, that doesn't make sense, because... Wait, can I fly here? It's weird. That'd be cool. Strange, but cool. Oh yeah, and I finally got that one other, like, side quest ability. It's just I can draw another card now, so if I use one, and I'm like, yes, and then I use it, and then I can immediately use another one, and it looks a little bit cooler. Okay, let's see, that's 2, and there's only 3. This is like the least amount of Ethernets any place has ever had, I think. Unless there's like a hidden one I haven't seen. When you unlock Boja, you will have to use the Ethernet to get from there. I mean, well, either way, having all the Ethernets is useful, especially because you get the bonus bits. Like, you get that thing where, oh, you unlocked every Ethernet, so now you can go somewhere else, I guess. I've never actually, I don't think I've ever used the, like, extra teleportation places. At least not yet, I guess. Maybe I'll use them here, who knows. What the? There we go. Oh yeah, and I did the event, the Rising event. It was nice. I saved up a bunch of stuff for this special event stuff. It's here. The Realm Reborn Red. Maybe I should buy more. I didn't even try. I just realized I bought a stack, and then I didn't even try to see if I could buy more than that. Goose Duck last night. It's a free Among Us game, like a different game mode. You have attuned yourself to all Ethernet shards in the Doman Enclave. The One River is it's now accessible as the Ethernet destination. It's even better than Among Us. Is it like the game? Like, wait, no. What is it called? Goose Duck. Oh, it's the opposite of Duck Goose. It has all these extra options. Yeah, didn't the regular, like, Among Us also have, like, you could make every player, like, slow? Everyone walk very, very slow. I've seen, there's this, these streamers called Worst Remade Ever, and they played Among Us one time and they did it very slow. But they're really funny. This guy just, like, likes to be a bit of an ass. And he's like, they basically play very slow on the biggest map. And he freaking goes around pretending to go to do the task and does an emergency meeting, and he pisses everyone else off. It's really fun. Among Us required mods to have all the extras that just come with Goose Duck. So it's so it's a mod, or is it like an actual like in-game update? Oh wait, no, okay, so it is a mod. Okay, I had to do a double take of that. Oh, that does sound fun, to have proximity chat. Let's see, a chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Samko. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle. and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. Nope, me neither. Couscous Duck, it's its own game and it's free? Ah. There's other classes? As in like people that do different stuff? Instead of like the traitor and... Wait, was it the traitor? No, it was called something else. The betrayer? The what is it called? Sabotager? No. God, it's been ages. Feels weird not to know what it was called. The who's the thing? I have it like right in the tip of my tongue. It's called the guy who kills the I don't know. I don't remember at all. Like for instance, one person could be the Canadian goose. That means if they die by murder, the killer will serve a court no matter what. What the heck? He passed by dying. He passed on his good people Canadian powers to him. So now he gets like forced to do it. I guess. I imagine something like that anyway. Vigilante. This sounds like a version of... I don't remember what the name is called. You know the one where like everyone has to put their heads down like not to see, and then two players can kill somebody, and then there's like a detective who follows, who has to like decide who is the killer, and then like everyone gets a turn to do something while the others cannot look or something like that. Mechanic Goose. I am so gonna check that. That sounds interesting. And I do have Among Us, so I could give it a shot as well. Silencer that can make someone unable to talk per round, but can't use vents. Huh. So by the sound of it, the avatars change. You no longer play as whatever the Among Us characters are. Hannibal Goose can eat one body per game. Ah, so if he teams up with the whoever kills, they can hide whoever, like whatever kill will be the most incriminating or something like that. It's not Among Us. Oh, it's just like an extra mode? So it's like when you... Wait, no, that's not it. It's a totally different game, but it comes with Among Us. Is what I... Right? I thought it was like a mode in it, but I guess not. Oh, it plays like Among Us. By the... Wait, so is it like by the people? Is it like by... When you say it's like an Among Us game, it's because it's similar to Among Us, or because the people made it... That made Among Us made this game? Or it's just similar? Ah, okay. So they're just similar. Okay, that was... that took me a moment. The whole time I thought it was like a different mode or something. It's not by the same people. Oh, so it's just similar. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Thought it was like, you know how you open certain games and they're like, oh, you have different modes or something. Ah. Okay, I think I got it. Even better and more options. Yeah, it sounds like it has more... It like develops more into it, like more the possibilities of what different players can do, instead of just being like one or two people killing and then the rest just doing tasks. It's like the pro version of Among Us. By the way, did you hear that like Epic Games did something? They did like Among Us mode in Fortnite, but it's like exactly the same. And they didn't talk about it with the Among Us developers or something like that. Like they just straight up copy pasted the whole thing. I was kind of messed up. I don't know how long it was though. I just kind of heard it. And yeah. I don't know. I just saw it on a video more than anything else. Like I said, I live more or less under a rock, so it really comes down to whatever the news reach, whatever I am watching at the moment. Sound cheesy like Epic? Yeah. That's very not okay though. Right? Alright, let's keep going, because I want to see where this is going. I still want to see what's gonna happen with Yotsuyu. I am so sure she's gonna regain her memory at the worst moment. So we're left with the eternal question. What to do while they prattle on? Eat some takoyaki. Oh, I always wanted to try takoyaki. His forgotten home. We're gonna fight. Yeah, Epic kinda sucks. Epic Games. Alright. For want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring their own words. And it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? I hope no. Nope. 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 Samko, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Samko? Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're the envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who will do battle with our common enemy. Asahi is very, very important, I imagine. I don't like him though. I do not trust him at all. Yeah, I get it, but I don't like him. I get that much. Yeah, he does seem important. Not only because he's Yotsuyu's sister, I mean brother. He is not. He doesn't. I don't know. I don't trust him. Is my point. At least you forget this is. Lest you forget this is my homeland. It will be remiss of me not to at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Heian deliberates over my proposal, and I will take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion will be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. No, he has not. Oh, he's gonna give her a present that's gonna either end up killing her or making her remember or something. Is my guess. I don't know. We'll see. No, they have not met yet. The ambassador has one that has the right of it. He's not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? It will be my pleasure. I am quite sure No, I'll join. I don't trust him, especially because he's acting nice. Especially because he's acting nice. I do not trust him. In that case, I will join you as well. There is not else to do until Lord Heian has reached his decision, and I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. It is settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangsha. Might we start at the town of Monzen? I will see what has become of Doma Castle. This sounds like some sort of reconnaissance. Like he's gonna go back no matter what happens and inform them, and they're gonna be like, oh, so they're still weak. This is a good moment to attack, or something, you know? Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, we are after the first credit scene, so of course we are. I'm glad. I'm hyped. I wanna see what's gonna happen. And what's the main focus gonna be? I'm still trying to think of that as well. A lot has happened after all. Very well, if you will follow me. I do not trust this guy or Yotsuyu. I feel like over the course, maybe. Oh god, how biased have I become? I mean, I think it's okay to be so biased against the Empire, like anybody related to the Empire. After everything they've done, it's really horrible. Like, it might And I don't know if am I in the wrong for not giving them a second chance after everything they've done. I feel like it's not very redeemable, honestly. Anything that they've done. When I meet the Emperor himself, I will be on the edge of Shadowbringers. That's something I am. I don't even know. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna act like? Is he gonna be? By the sound of it, he's not exactly the same as Zeno because he was also he called his own son a monster. So I'm gonna guess he's a little bit more, a little bit, just a little tiny bit more civilized. But I'm not, still not trusting him. Heck, honestly, if I was in my character scenario and met the Emperor, I would have a hard time not laughing at his hat. But that's all I'm gonna say for now. I don't think he's a good guy though. Not in the slightest. Not a little bit. God. What happens if he is killed though? Who takes over? Is there really ever gonna be peace with this guy? Those guys, I mean? I hope so. I really hope so. Well, what's he gonna do? Keep doing what he's doing? It's not like it's gonna change no matter what I say, so what's the point of being civilized with this man? You know? If anything, as much of a monster as Zeno is and out of control, he had to be raised. Well, maybe it's like one of those scenarios, like, you know, like when they show. I don't know exactly, just in general, when they show like some sort of royalty character and he's never raised by the parents but by a bunch of like counselors or something because they're too busy to do that. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is he grew up, he became a monster for a reason, okay? And it's partially his fault no matter what. I don't know where I'm going with this actually, I just realized. My point is I don't like the Empire. People. I don't believe they have, no. Well, I just Zeno once, I think, before he killed himself, he said something about his grandfather being the one who started this or something. Well, I'm not sure if that was it. Maybe I'm confusing events. No, but I don't believe he has been mentioned to a point where he becomes the focus of what's going on. No. Nay, can this truly be Monzen, home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yotsuyu intended to send some few out of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, their savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. What? But how long could something like that take? You mean it in the sense of like they were a regular country and then he made it an empire or something? Wait, isn't an empire just a country that takes over other countries? You know what? Hang on, I'm gonna look up the definition now. I feel like I should check my facts before I keep talking. Hang on. I'm just... what am I doing? Hang on. Yes, I remember Avatar: The Last Airbender. An extensive group of states or countries under a single supreme authority, formerly especially an emperor or empress. Yeah, the Fire Nation. So it became an empire after the ruler decided he wanted to, let's say, let's say the way I somewhat remember Zozin saying it, he wants to share the gift of the fire or something like that with the other nations or something like that. How Zozin? Yeah, I remember. They wanted to, but even like the one before, you know how they show up the flashback of Avatar Roku, and the guy he grew up with, like best friends with the Fire Nation guy, and he was like, oh, such wonderful what do you call, what's the word, prosperity, yeah, let's share it with the whole world by dominating it or something like that, and then he stops him and he becomes an asshole because after, even though he saves him like 15 times, he leaves him to die on a volcano or something like that. So I sorry, I just realized I got way off what we were talking about. Yeah, so it's when they decide to take over other countries, right? And that becomes like the empire is the whole thing, like the whole, like counting the places that they've taken over. So Guardian's history, as they tell it, is that they run from the other nations because they can't manipulate ether. Oh yeah, and so they started making the machines. Oh yeah, they were pushed to like snowy, unsurvivable places. Yeah, where they found ceruleum, and they started using it to build their machines. And then I guess they were scared of the icons somewhere along the line. I'm not entirely sure of the in between. That's most of what I remember. Yeah. Okay, well, I still don't trust them there. I wonder if eventually you can make yourself a Garlean. Like, you know how there's races? What's the difference between a Hure and a Garlean? Just that they have like the thing on the forehead if you're pure-blooded? Other than that, they look like humans. I don't know, I'm getting way off base. Let's keep going. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult, once our nations are formally at peace, of course. And make them our citizen, so that they aren't Yeah, and then he got especially even more panicky after he saw the icons. I think they just mentioned this at some point. Listen, I don't know where exactly though. I keep getting wrong feelings, you know. I know, maybe he didn't like get. He's like stepbrother of Yotsuyu, so maybe he's not entirely as bad, but he's still. There could be a really good part. Like he could be. God, I don't know where I'm getting at. I'm getting way distracted by the music and that one chocobo that ran that way for some reason. I don't trust him. Is my point. You know, it sounds like a setup. Like he went, oh, we're so sorry about the attack on the Confederacy. That was the other faction. That sounds just too convenient. And then, but if that's the attack of the other faction, how come he knows exactly that Yotsuyu is here? Because only the only ones who could know immediately. I don't know how fast their communication is, but how come right after we bring Yotsuyu here, he shows up wanting to talk about peace and then mentioning prisoner exchange? It sounds way too convenient. Have you been to the burn yet? Is it that island that is like a giant volcano? Like in the Confederacy, before the Confederacy area we go to? If that's not it, then I don't think so. It rings a bell though, I think. No, it isn't, then I don't think I have now. Let's see, no? Yes, of course. If you have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. What if there's something buried in there? Oh, I didn't know about that. I am not surprised. Well, it rings a bell, but very, very faintly. Very, very. It's like trying to remember a dream. You know, like you just wake up and it's like, oh, this thing, crazy thing happened, and they ask you, oh, what was it? Oh, I don't remember anymore, kind of like that. That's what I thought. Like as soon as you said that part about like the Guardians making a whole place unlivable, like for a moment, I thought maybe I feel like it was mentioned at some point with Uri and Jay mentioned it or something, but that was a while ago. I don't know. It was somewhere in the way when we were on the. Oh my god, that's scary. There's a freaking stick flying from the corner. Oh god, are you serious? Okay. Quick cast. Sleep. I switched around my abilities a little bit for the new one, and now I'm a little bit confused. This is not... Let me just switch them back real quick, because this is gonna cause me trouble. I want to use Nocturnal Set, so this should be okay. There we go. Alright, hopefully he doesn't wake up. Wait, no. Can I get out of this? No. I wanted to refresh it. Okay, let's just read. It's been indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day. No! No! Get away! Let me move! Hang on. Hopefully, yes. If this freaking robot leaves me alone! Thank you! Jeez. Alright. She's probably... I don't know, maybe she is faking it. What if she is faking it? I mean, they have shown us she's pretty ruthless, honestly. I think I don't know. I still think she's either faking it, which is the unlikelier chance. I still feel like the likeliest thing that's gonna happen is she's gonna be... Oh, what if... What if you said they're gonna give her a gift? So what if? Here's my theory, okay? She has she has been brainwashed in a way that, like, you know how they hypnotize someone and when they say a certain word they will change. All right, let's see. I'll take that as a challenge. I'm gonna assume that whatever gift he gives his sister is gonna make her remember. Like, he is the one responsible for making her the way she is, and there's like some sort of code word or item that if she sees, she's gonna be like, I remember, like a sleeper agent. And she's gonna be like, I remember everything. I am evil all of a sudden again, and it's gonna be like at the worst time or something. I don't know. She's gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I should just keep moving and find out. You're not 100% correct? That's fine. As long as I'm close, I'll be glad about it. Let's see. Close but no cigar? Dang it. Alright. Let's see. Oh yeah, and did you see I finally got the black cat. He's over here. Let's see. It is a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was a flame. Hey. Thank you? Question mark? It is indeed a doleful Wait, did I read this again? Or did he repeat the word? Spoken like a true popularis, the needs of the people must of course come first. I do not trust this guy. I do not. Have you ever watched? I think it's from an anime or something. I don't know. I'm getting like flashbacks to a character that acts like really nice, like pretends to be your friend, and oh, we must do peace and all of that. But then when he gets what he wants and you can do nothing about it, he's gonna show like a very creepy smile, you know? It's like it's always the happy looking ones that are the worst ones or something like that. That's the vibe I'm getting from this guy, and I don't like it. Speaking of whom, will you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, shoot. I'm more likely to read the manga because I don't have much time to watch anime, I mean. I have, I'll do both, I guess. It's also good. Let's see. By river, yes. If you will allow me, wait, no, follow me. I will ready our boat. Okay. I don't trust this guy. Ascendance of a bookworm. Okay, let me write that down. I thought it was gonna. You know, I'd like to think that in my time, ever since I began watching anime, I've watched a lot. But this doesn't ring a bell at all. Let's see, Ascendance of a bookworm. There we go. All right, I'll check it out. What's it about? Is it an isekai? It sounds like an isekai a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying it is a bad thing. There's some pretty good ones out there. Okay. Oh wait, can I just teleport there? Oh wait, no point. Are we doing a dungeon? Huh. Oh, we've been here. Uh-oh. Oh, 1 HP. It's a good word of word. God, I don't know what's wrong with me today. World building. It said, Rudy, we are so gonna fight this guy, are we? We're not, or he's gonna fight with us or something. It's more like a realistic isekai. Alright, I'll bite. I'll watch / read it, depending on how long it is. I mean, the part of depending of means like how long, you know, the anime or the manga is. If the manga is longer, I'm gonna go with that instead. Because turns out, and this is the only time I've seen this before, but there's one anime that also has a manga, but the anime is farther ahead than the manga, which is kind of strange. I remember what it's called though, because it was one of those very long, complicated Japanese names, and I don't remember the translation. But it's about this one guy who's like, how to explain this in the shortest way possible. He joins like a service club or something like that, to help out, but he prefers being alone. I don't know. I'll look up the name and then eventually say it, because I feel like otherwise I'm gonna stay here trying to explain something I can't. I'm not good at explaining. Whatever, let's just go. Ready to cast off? The enemy does a great job too, translating it. My god, have you ever tried to read like you go through a bunch of like different manga and stuff, and you find one with the translation is so bad you think you're having a stroke by reading it, because you're trying to understand what the heck it's trying to say, because it's so badly translated. I've read a couple of those.
Get back! I'm
Oh god.
warning you!
Yeah, it's horrible.
Someone's in trouble.
A shame too, because usually it seems like it's a good story, but it's really ruined by the translation. Also, this is gonna be a setup. He's gonna be like, "Oh no, we must help them. I'm a good guy," and you know, like they're gonna try. I'm not gonna trust him. Red Kojin. This is a setup. This is so a setup. Why will the Red Kojin attract random people?
Are you all right?
Shifty eyes. I don't trust him. This is a setup.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too.
They are paid actors.
I don't know. We were
Not-
returning from the Enclave when they
Not
came
these
at us.
guys. Not these guys. I meant the Red Kojin. These guys are good. I know that by a fact. We have history with them. Not the Red Kojin though.
It seems they won't go quietly.
Or they're gonna get stabbed.
And neither will we.
I do not trust this guy. Not even a little bit. This is the shiftiest thing. It gives me... It's like when we see Yotsuyu acting like a kid. It's just... It feels wrong. And I don't trust it, and I don't like it at all. Okay, time to test out my new ability. The ability to spam even more cards. Okay.
Away with you!
God, I hate it. This feels so wrong, and I hate it, though.
It is nothing.
It feels like... Oh, I think I know the feeling now. It's like when you watch a horror movie and you know the monster's behind the door and the woman's going for it, you know, and the pitch of the music is rising up. And you're like, no, don't go through that door, that's where the killer is. That's it. My character is the woman. And I am the guy watching the movie. That's it, basically. Oh yeah, and I have this little
Leave this to
Starbucks.
me.
Just put this right over there. Like, where will they come here, the Kojin, I mean? Aren't they like... Don't they live like in the Isles? And aren't they supposed to be like protecting their stuff? You won't foresee the killer? It's gonna be Yotsuyu.
An opening.
I don't know. I don't trust him though. Oh, is he gonna get killed? Asahi, I mean? I don't know. Maybe he gets killed for the purpose of another mastermind. What is this thing? There's no boss. Is there a boss? What the heck? I don't know, it's bugging the crap out of me though. This whole situation. Is he? I don't remember him. Does he have like longer hair or something? I'm trying to remember it now. But it's been a while since I've last seen the trailers. I've been trying to hold back because I'm getting closer and closer to each and every thing in the trailers, so I've been trying to just stay away from them. Don't go watch them yet? I mean, no, I wasn't gonna. But I am really trying to recall everything that happens in the Endwalker trailer. So he's good, maybe. So Asahi may be good then? No. I don't know. Also, I don't know what this thing is that keeps... Is this like an indication of an AoE that's gonna happen? I don't know. I don't know, this whole thing stinks. And I don't like it. They need some... maybe the Kojin didn't put on deodorant before this, I don't know. They need some waterproof deodorant. That's why the whole thing smells fishy. Unavoidable AoE. Huh. Alright. God, every time I think, oh, I don't need to use Lucid Dreams, I'm fine on mana, and 2 seconds later I'm like, oh wait, I should have used Lucid Dreams. I don't know, this whole thing is frustrating. It gives me the sense of like when I read a thriller and there's gonna be, and you know there's gonna be a twist villain or something like that, and you feel like it's the wrong thing. So I'm either right, or they're about to do like a 180 and it's gonna be the butler all along or something, I don't know. Like there's the shifty graveyard dude, and then there's the butler, and you trust the butler with everything, and you absolutely think the graveyard guy is the bad guy, but then they pull a Nuno reverse on you, and it turns out it's the other guy instead. Something like that. That's what this feels like, I don't know. Whoa. That was kinda cool. A whirlpool. Trust the butler? Well, yeah, if his name is Alfred, then I trust. I only trust butlers named Alfred. I don't know. My point is, it feels staged. This whole thing that we just did, you know. We're gonna look away, and then one of the Kojin is gonna raise.
Seems to be the last of them.
We're gonna like walk away, and then he's gonna stand behind for a moment, and one of the Kojin is just gonna like very slowly, because he's hurt, raise up his hand, and he's gonna be like, "All right, but get out of here already," and he just like throws them a sack of money or something. Like, come on, what do the red?
Nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Because the Kojin were clearly, they mentioned how they are gonna retreat to look for the relics after what we did with the whole Susano thing. So what the heck do they want with 2 kids? Do they have a relic? What? I can't even believe to think what the Red Kojin are doing up here. Ugh. Very. They were going for very. What's the word? Alex.
Thank you, sir.
God, I forgot. Oh my god. Hopefully not.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Weren't we already? This just feels wrong.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Yeah? What do you get out of the... Like, what are you looking to buy from the sylph with the rep you're building up,
Indeed.
I guess?
But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby
Oh,
Sea?
the mount.
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
I think I've seen... No, I have not seen a Gaboon mount before.
The Empire
I've
to
seen
which
a
you've sworn
Gaboon, not
allegiance.
the Gaboon mount. Exactly. This is
Must
so
you always
fishy.
be so pointed?
Yes.
If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances.
Just the fact that the Empire's looking for peace.
You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
No, but I still don't trust. No, don't fall for it. Not about that. True reform can only come from within. The Empire will never change. It just seems impossible. I gotta be honest, after everything, literally everything they've done, it feels impossible that they can change. This is the most bothered I've been so far in the story, I think. Because this feels, the whole thing everything feels wrong, and maybe that's on purpose. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. I don't know if other players have been felt this conflicted at this part of the story, but I don't like it. It feels so wrong, and it's making me like, I don't. Okay, I guess they can change from within. I am biased though, I guess.
I knew you would
But
understand.
come on,
You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
but come on, like yes, I can say I'm biased, but after all they've done, literally what they've shown to be capable of doing and actually doing, am I really in the wrong for being biased? You know, I can't. I. All right, whatever. One way to find out what's gonna happen, so let's keep going. Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under a more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action. A few Imperial soldiers can say that, at least few who live to tell the tale. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe that it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what about Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. Yes, until that staged event happened. Then after that, he doesn't give any cares about. Uh, to be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai will take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform, with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence will only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. He's gonna use this event to sway this proposal, isn't he? So calculated, I know. I feel like I'm some sort of conspiracy guy, but I just can't help it, okay? It's just bugging the crap out of me. Okay, let's go. Like right now, I feel like one of those guys you see, like they have like that, like a bunch of pictures and documents in the wall and a red string connecting them all. That's how I feel. Like it doesn't add up. Something's wrong. That's what they want you to think, or something like that. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guests. Well, we've had best not keep him waiting. I don't know. But try to stop and focus on what happens. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangsha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at why did I click? But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they are planning on some new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you've always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? He must get it out. He may very well be an honorable man. I still don't think he can be trusted. I ain't gonna lie. I do not trust. Then the question of what his true intention may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question on how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of the relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Thomas' liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bun Chin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the Populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see to put right. One which has weighted heavy on my mind. Which is... Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Oh, okay, never mind. We're going straight there. Yep.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Is he gonna make their mate? I guess he has to tell her. Oh.
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible?
Oof.
Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie?
Oh, don't.
With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so?
Both, I'd say.
With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
Yes, but what if she remembers?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
For how long?
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gorsetsu not seem strange to you?
A little bit. No.
His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
Oh yeah, he was like coughing all week and stuff before.
Though I suppose if
Even though he hadn't
Yotsuyu
even
are
fought.
to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Okay, let's see what's next. What's this? Diary armor of striking, maiming, fending. Yeah, I don't know which is which. With Yotsuyu safely in Gozetsu's scare, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I will ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Smart. She can spy and see what happens. Maybe, I don't know. I wanna see what's gonna happen. I wanna see this interaction. What if Gozetsu is the one? Something has been going on with him, so what if he's the one? No. Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should. Oh, yep. Calm yourself, Kosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Suyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangsha. This will take time, of course. Of course, but you may rest assured that your soldiers will be well cared for until you return. You will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed that it was you who took the lead in rescuing the two young domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone will do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin, or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Why can't I stop? Freaking messing up. I want to drink some water. Until we meet again. Neither of his bodyguards ever said a word. Kosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. Okay. Yes. The Ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminis. Let us be off. Oh, I forgot about that mount. I've lost my way. I never did look how to get that freaking flaming wheels. I think Neja? Yeah, Neja mount. I guess.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Something's about to happen. Maybe. It's fishy still. Yeah, something's about to happen. What's he gonna say? What are you gonna do? I knew it. You could not be trusted.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
Oh, are we gonna see what he did to his sister? No. Wait, have we seen him before? Was I wrong to think that we didn't?
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
I knew it.
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Who was it?
What in the...
It's Yasuyu? Oh. I guess that makes more sense.
Reinforcement? No, just one! Cut him down!
That's the guy who had Yutsuyu. Who bought Tsuyu. Yotsuyu, I mean. This guy who got just slashed down. Either that or he looks very similar, face-wise. Maybe they were related.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
Wait, does he not know he's dead? There's no way. Maybe that's why he said this?
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Ouch.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Oh, he means the Emperor. Does he not? Alright, they don't know the way. Oh, that's why this guy was angry. They show him he's making a fist when the other soldiers were talking about Zeno being dead. He either doesn't believe that he's dead. Oh my god, how will he react when he knows how he went? Either that or he's vengeful because he thinks I'm responsible for that. Which I guess I am in a way, but, you know, couldn't do it.
I will cherish this moment. Lock it away within my heart. Until the day we meet again.
Okay, well, if there was ever even a single bit of thought, like even at the smallest thought that he was a good guy, not that it was, I don't think I'd actually ever thought this guy was gonna be good. Like I said, untrust. Did no one hear that? Probably no one heard that. Well, I don't even know what to say to that. Not like he openly did anything, so... Are we gonna say it, though?
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Obviously, yes. Okay, so we are telling them. I think.
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
That's fine. I don't think I'd want to be liked by someone like him, but okay. It makes no sense. Why will he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is disciple of Xenos, this possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now it is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under the surveillance, and Guardian prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whether the Empire's true intent, we should be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it will be best if we remain in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Tataru and the others must know what transpired here. Oh no, I just remembered that Alfino spent a bunch of money to buy back Kozetsu's sword, so he's about to get the earful about that. Because he never checked the price. Oh no. 3 million and up for a freaking sword. What the heck is it made out of? Does it have like superpowers or something? Why is it that expensive? Still. This is gonna be good. I can't wait to see what Tataru tells Alfino. Alright, I can teleport. Then to Ruby Bazaar. Oh, I can't wait. Let's see what this is gonna be good. Let's get the popcorn ready. Let's see what Tataru does to Alfino. My, it seems you're all in quite a predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. Oh, that face. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Samko should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Huh. Forgive me, Samko. It will seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Dariel and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's present resentments towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that the lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Kian had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game, for now. Okay. Fending. So this has to be tank, because fend. Maiming melee? And striking maybe mage? DPS? I don't know how I get this one. And I hope it's the right one. I'm not gonna open it yet though, because I gotta check the space at least first. Let's check the space. Or is it gonna be another cutscene? Oh, it's another cutscene. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. His lord, does he think Zeno is alive then? Wait. Oh, wait, I just had the most. The emissary. The emissary, the white-robed Asian. What if he actually did take Zeno's body? So now he's acting as Zeno, and he thinks he's still alive.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift.
What is that? 8? A mirror?
I pray that one day soon,
oh, it is a mirror.
As you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
So he wants her to. She is going to end up remembering. That's not reassuring at all.
It's so pretty.
Okay.
Who are you? Who are you?
No, don't ask those questions. Just keep hitting Dango. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital.
How are you feeling, my lord?
I knew it.
Fine, now leave me.
Oh, so this is it. Oh, I know. That's why I saw Xeno on the Endwalker trailer. It's the Asian. It's the Asian, whatever it is spelled. That's why there was an Asian and this guy. I was very confused. I didn't even think about it. If he died, how come he appears in the Endwalker trailer? That's because he's using. Why didn't they bury the body? I knew it. It was so. I knew it. I am so. I don't even know what to think about this. This is so weird. But it makes sense. It makes so much sense now. Ah. God, so no wonder. No wonder he didn't. But what does that mean? Does he retain, does when, I thought they could only possess living beings, so what does that mean? Like, is he both of the people combined? No, Thancred. No, when Thancred was possessed, it was only the Ashian acting. But does he have access to the memories to act like Xeno? I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is everyone else thinks Xeno is here, so it's gonna be a big confusion bomb for literally everybody else. Wow, this just got a lot weirder. Okay. And this guy's, if I remember correctly, this guy's the scientist who did the stuff on Fordola. So if he knows, he's probably helping, especially considering the question he just asked. Is his father not conflicted at all by this? Also? So yeah, I'm gonna take over your dead son's body, you know, and I'm gonna use it, you know, and I'm gonna keep acting as the prince. This is so weird. There's so many levels of this being wrong. Also, Dark Knight just got 48, as in you're level 48 Dark Knight? Is that what you meant? Sorry, I got way too... my mind... Well, it didn't get blown per se. It was more of a... Let's say a regular blown mind is like an atomic bomb. Mine was more a grenade, I think. Because I did kind of suspect that would be the case. And it kind of makes sense. I just now kind of want to know what the dad thinks about it, you know? I'm curious about that. Whatever, let's... okay. Yes, a brain tickle, exactly. A brain sneeze. Wait, this is the armor of casting, so what is the armor I got then? I kind of want to... Wait, how much space do I have? 33, 34, what's the limit? So I have 2 spots open. Hang on, let me just sort this real quick. God. I was gonna put like as much as I could, but then I ran out of prisms of glamour, so it's like, eh. Let's sort these, so I know exactly where it is. And let's check this out. If it's not good, then I'll just put it in saddle. Oh, this is the type of clothes I wanted since forever now. I wonder if it's any better though, because I'm wearing right now armor that I got. You know how you get special armor from like class sub quests. So I have like this is the armor I'm wearing from the Astrologian missions. I shouldn't have opened this. Hey, thanks. Also, good luck with that, whatever class or category you get to play as. Best of luck on that as well for you. Nope. I can't wait to see what else comes. But hey, thanks for passing by. See what happens next. Samko, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By standing on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for the peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscriptions is soon to arrive in Yangsha, It will seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Ian requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. That's why that's why Asahi said that the Lord will be most pleased, because in his mind he is still alive. Because, well, technically the body's still alive, I guess? I don't know how that works. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living there the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it will be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight aways for the Enclave then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Okay, what will happen? I thought there was gonna be a bunch of other stuff before the actual prisoner exchange, but it turns out that's no. We're going straight there. What the heck? Is that how's that work? I wonder what I would look like if I put ears like this. I will have 4 ears. Or does it cover them? Dang. It's a very majestic looking horse. Okay. Oh. What the? Okay, let's go down, I guess. Straight line. Straight beeline. Maybe I'll get to swim the rest of the way. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Sorry, I got a very weird looking mail just now. Oh! Oof. Oh god. Okay, stay away from any monsters that may want to have a taste. Take a bite out of me. And there's barely ever people around this area of the game. Well, I guess out in like where the I don't know. I just wonder what's the more. Yeah, I wait. No, I know what the most populated areas are. Probably Limsa and New Britannia. I don't know about Thanalan. Thanalan is harder to tell because it's not as open spaced. There's a bunch of like more complicated. Well, that applies to almost every place, I guess. I don't even know what I'm saying. This is good. Let's just keep going. Let's see this prisoner exchange, where Yotsuyu will probably remember at the last minute because of the mirror. Like even, I feel like the possibility of remember just skyrocketed when, especially when she started asking, "Who are you?" But I'm kind of curious to see if she's actually gonna, like, if she's gonna remember in such a way that she's gonna be like, "Oh, I am me," like I am Yotsuyu, or is she gonna remember in a way that is like, "Oh my god, I was this person in the past," like she's not gonna associate herself with what she has done before, I guess. Because is it? I think I've seen like different ways to associate. Like when you remember stuff, there's different ways. Like you can either, I don't know. It really delves into the question of what is a person? Who am I? You know, we're just a bunch of memories and experiences put together. So what happens when a bunch of those are forgotten? And what happens when you make new memories and experience and become a new person, and then the other ones come in colliding? Do you become the same person as before, or do you stay the person you were? Like that's probably a whole mind scrambler, probably, especially. Man. Oh, that's a cool mount. Okay. Okay. Could I have teleported here? I don't think I could have teleported here because when I clicked the mission thing, it pointed me toward the boatsman, not the here, I guess. Lord Hien is expecting you. Might I show you in? Yes, please. Yes, please, and thank you. Ah, not straight to the cutscene, eh? Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from this ordeal rather worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. That's not good. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Samko, Alize, shall we? Of course. Even if he was lucky, that does seem like a very hard thing to survive. Freaking holding up a castle, getting shot like 5 times, and then getting swept into the sea and returning. This is a very weird image, though.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
Busted.
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Uh-oh. Keywords.
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
She's remembering. Or it's like starting to ring bells. I can tell. Just the way she reacted to that word.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps. But with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
The bullet
What
holes
are
she
all these
made.
scars? There are so many of them.
The bullet holes she made.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
Uh-oh.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
I just started thinking about this, but how will she react when she remembers everything? Will she turn back to her old self? Or not? They make a convincing pair, though they not. On first acquaintance, I will think him a doting grandsire and her model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. You couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted a decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and I will ask no more. We will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has us fooled. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you're hardest to convince. So what makes you so sure? So sure. I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for a misstep that will betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi will not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I will hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove her memory is truly gone, and that's when she will remember, probably. But I will not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange will stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she's as good as fastened to the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I meant to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are all at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The garlands are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. It's gonna be a duty, isn't it? I can tell already. I can feel it. A beak that flies like Dumbo. Didn't think I'd see that one. Oop. Jump the Lalafell. I could have just teleported, I just realized, but it's too late. Boing. It's a duty, isn't it? Oh, it isn't? Okay. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should be not long. Something happened. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She's nowhere to be found. What? But the garlands will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the street as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord. I do not rightly know, I think. Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do recall have seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help onto the bone. White as a new fallen snow. She's someone important, my lord. Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Yikes. It will seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Healing. Okay. Let's check the armor out. Bing. Sorry, wrong one. Yep. Oh my god, you gotta be joking. Tell me this isn't 371 though. I like the rest. I don't like the hat. The hat looks dumb. Oh god. I don't like it. I wanted Japanese looking clothes for a while, but should I keep it? I don't know. I like the robe. The robe looks good. That's about it. Do you have any diffusers? Gosh. Should I glamour it? Like this or this or this? Like it was before? Screw it. It seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches the clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alfino, if you will take the road to Castrum Fluminis? Samko, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us be off aboard the skiff and hope Kami smile upon our efforts. Huh. Oh. Nice, they saved us the trouble of having to do that. Okay, let's go. The house of the catfish. Nice, all of my stuff is blue, almost at least. Except this ring, and I don't think this counts. My soul crystal. My kyber crystal. Dun, 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 dun. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, if there's anything you care to know, you need only a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such trouble, I'm sorry to say. Most sorry, scaly-skinned Namazu. On the other hand, we have in abundance. I just remembered to feed my chocobo. I haven't done this in a couple of streams, I think. Eat! Eat, my son. Oh, that was weird. Maybe the lookout guy? No. Gyoku. Unusually pale skin? Yes, I saw the woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and was headed in a northeasterly direction. For the most part, her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Nice. Good job. Let's go. Man, I hope I get a new Barting for my chocobo at some point. I'd like to see what else I could get. Oh, but for a moment we didn't take damage, but turns out I was wrong. Oh, it looks so awkward when you jump in the water and you have a mount out. Whoa, what the heck? Did you see that? There was like a line. That's creepy. Some scary, creepy stuff. Maybe it was like my chocobo. Come on. Surveying the scene. You see no sign of Yotsuyu up the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Aha. Aha. Pam pararam pam pararam pam pam. Okay. Pam pararam pam pararam pam pararam pam. Good thing the sprint came up just in time. With the horns of my mask. I like the music, it's so chilled out. Oh. Whoop. Nope. Whoop. Come on. Oh, that actually worked, okay. Nice, nice, nice. To me, my chocobo, my choco bird. Pen. Scanning. How fast could she possibly be? Still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther northeast. Okay. She's gonna be like one of the ruined towns or something. Right. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is it, because it's super slow. Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground, short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking white-brimmed hat. Uh-oh. I think she remembers by this point. Oh, what if they grabbed her? A cursory glance is all is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. What if the others already saw her and grabbed her? Samko, before you ask, our search for Kusakari and its surrounding has yielded exactly naught, save the chance upon reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the cast room. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai? By the Kami, if the villagers recognize him, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddles, the paddies. The villager's square is yours. They have definitely found her. Oh boy. Here we go. They probably are already. Oh no.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Oh, she went for... Oh no.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
Oh no.
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
Why am I standing there? Go and take her away. Oh god. What now?
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Oh, right. I was trying to remember if they had met before.
I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
Can't really fault them.
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
So she has been remembering.
You're sorry. I'm not. We're supposed to forgive you.
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Oh, little kid to the rescue.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Once again, another one of those cases where I wonder, is the rain part of the... Is the rain on purpose? Or what? Is it like... Or am I like the only player who can see the rain from my perspective and the weather changes depending on who's playing where and what part of the game? Probably not, right? It could not possibly be that complicated, and yet, it is weird. Yeah. Fruits of her labor. That would have been better avoided. But at least it did. It did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Kosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ah, and they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Kosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken it the long way around, but let us continue on to the Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alfino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. What a mess, indeed. What if I talk to Issei? I've come to realize that if you talk to certain NPCs after something happens, I can't forget what that woman did to us, but I won't do anything to upset Asami. I'm not scared of her, not anymore. I assume the other two also have something to say, but I don't care. Just want to know what the ones I know have to say about the situation. And it may seem cold, but that's only because it's raining. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, at this point I think she may actually be trustable. Because despite what happened, she did kind of say, so what I've been seeing is true. So that means her memories are returning. Which surprises me that no one else in no one in the story, like just now in the cutscene, picked that up from what the thing she said. They either didn't hear her or I don't know what was up with that, which I thought it was strange. I really thought there would be a comment on that, but what do I know? But if she does recover her memories, I have a feeling she might not actually, become bad again, maybe? That's what I'm picking up from this, but I could be wrong. We'll see. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It's time to meet with the ambassador. Alright, let's see how this goes.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
What if what's in the ship is just a bunch of soldiers and they're gonna try to kill us right now because literally the leader is here?
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see.
He's planning something. What if he kills her? What if he tries to kill her?
All need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Oh, what if Zeno appears? No, he was in the capital. Something's gonna go bad. This is gonna turn sour real fast. Oh, what if this is where we meet the Emperor? Who is it? Oh, the parents.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
Figures. They sold her, so I... Yeah. Figures.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Rotten to the core.
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
This guy is bad. And yet...
You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Oh, what a piece of crap.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least to put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the enclave with Yugiri to give Gozatsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alfino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. We should pay a visit to Gozetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her. Not for long by the sound of it, though. As if they'd give up that easily. Especially that guy.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in.
On retrospect, maybe I should switch my clothes. It doesn't feel right wearing
Tsuyu
those.
returned. Her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Agreed.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Dorma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady
Again?
Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Of course. I want to know where this is going after all. What if an Ashian took over Gosetsu and he actually did die or something? No, that wouldn't fit, right?
Help! Help!
Uh-oh. Is that the parents?
Help!
Yeah, Sahi's father. Yotsuyu probably did it. Probably, maybe, perhaps. But I guess we're about to find out either way, aren't we?
If only I hadn't remembered.
Uh-oh. Where did she get that?
He should hate me.
Oh, is she going to...
But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
So it is like that. She remembers, but she doesn't want.
Who's there?
What the heck is he doing here? Does he live here? Do they live here, I mean?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
Yeah, I guess these guys are
You're
still
the
bad.
bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery.
Okay, yeah, I figured as much. These
You
guys are
couldn't
still
even
bad.
do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
Wow.
We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
She's right. She probably deserves worse. Sorry.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament.
What is he gonna do? What did he already do, more like?
You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. That may be
Garbage.
enough to get us to Kugani and start a new business.
Just pure garbage, I see.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be.
Yep, looks like there is not turning
Very
back
well.
now.
If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it.
No. Well, we already know. This is not like we can change anything. Even if it was not
To
a
the
vision of the
very
past.
depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask.
I mean, the parents are
Father.
garbage, so...
Mother,
Kinda.
was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies.
They'll quit after a couple of rounds. Did you beat them that good? Saltiness. You came back right for the drama, it will seem.
Yuzuka!
Oh no, she's regressing and hard. It was kind of a shame. For a moment I actually hoped that she will stay at Asuyu, but I guess it's not meant to be. Especially after that, I don't think there's any coming back from it. I do feel bad for her though. They have I gotta congratulate the game for it. I feel bad for her. Because despite what she's done, it is kind of... Oh, he took her away. I see. So, yeah, it makes sense that he was there.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
What now?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Well, you know, I actually was thinking about who of these two will be worse, like her being in her original state. But I think this guy's worse, because we did see her, like, the visions, and he stared on as she was being, well, treated badly. So, probably this guy's the one. He wins in the horrible contest. Especially now, especially because of what she just said, you know, sending his parents to death.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each.
You get the Canadian goods. What was that one? You get if someone kills you, the one who kills you immediately
But
reports
surely
themselves.
you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see
The one
it
that
through.
goes through the vents. Oh god. What now? And what is that thing? Surely it can't be only a mirror. That can see on the map where a sabotage happened. Oh, that's interesting. That seems like a very...
Please. I don't want to die.
Sorry, I saw his father, but you kinda had it coming. I gotta be honest. Both of them did. I know it's a horrible
Any
thing
sign
to
of
say,
her?
but they did.
What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother?
I guess she did.
Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives.
WQA is triggered? Any guesses to what happens to her now? Okay, I think she... Oh, okay. She is either going to get killed by her brother, because I honestly wouldn't put it past him, because by the looks of it, No, she seemed to regress. I was gonna say, a part of me really thought that she was gonna actually recover her memories, but gonna stay good. Like, she regrets what she did because I guess the new experiences she did well, she didn't remember who she was, will change her once they, I guess, grouped back with the old ones. But no, it doesn't seem to be the case. I am not sure, honestly. I am not sure what she's gonna
But
do now.
this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Because even if she's acting viceroy, I say with air quotes, because isn't she? If she still was, isn't she just the acting viceroy of Doma? So what is she now? Where does that leave her? I feel like it was a dumb way. What Hyun did was kind of dumb in the sense of like they did see a reaction, and yet despite that they didn't put like a shinobi on her or something. They just left her alone. We have recovered the Neoris remains, and we'll hold the cremation anon. Although they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gusetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it's best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Yeah, poor guy. What is this? Infusion of strength? Oh, it's potions. I still don't know what the... Well, I know that... I don't know, I don't ever can think of using those potions. It lasts like 15 seconds. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. I wonder if this means the prisoner exchange is done or not. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not the least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not, it should be then, as it must be. This I can accept. Really? I feel like this is not okay, because if you think about it, if the parents hadn't shown up, there was a good chance that the memories would not have come back. Wait, no, they were coming back either way. I think that she wouldn't have decided to go back to being bad, but because it did sounded like she was regretting it. Or she would have killed herself, actually. Never mind if the parents hadn't shown up. So it wouldn't have been good either way. I don't know at this point, it's weird. What I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths which Asahi went to achieve his outcome. Yeah, this part also. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I will have an escape route in the place before the meeting begins. Okay, I gotta be honest. I think that he didn't bring the conscripts. If he is not to be trusted, why will he even bring the conscripts, you know? For all we know, it's just a bunch of Garlean soldiers ready for battle. As soon as the ship opens, you know, they're just here to get them back, like theirs, and there's no one from our side coming, I mean. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took the steps to ensure that it could not be defended by occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should the matter take a turn for the worse, I will hope to be at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it will take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, will require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming of course Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Samko? You can count on me. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I have a feeling Yotsuyu's gonna be there and Gozetsu's gonna ask to be there for the exchange. I am certain you will make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we will ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alfino, and I shall be about our task. There's just like a throne room or something. And we shall be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short and Rasho may take some convincing. Some time to convince? I'm assuming is what he meant. Alright. I thought the time limit for Yotsuyu to get her memories back was 10 when Asahi showed her parents, and then after that she will not be messed with anymore, but I guess they meant when the actual exchange was happening. I think they used very confusing wording, because I did think it was gonna be like when they physically gave each other their own forces back, but then they freaking Hien said, oh, we don't have to worry about Yotsuyu's fate anymore or something like that. So then I assumed, okay, so this is it, right, for this problem. Turns out, nope. I've been bamboozled. So that was confusing, but whatever. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Yeah, he was up the stairs, I remember. There he is. It's been a while. Now, there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble Lord of Doma into the company of the bilge rats such as we? You're excited? My brain is going to explode? Alright, we'll see. I'd like to think that I'll be able to understand what's going on, any semblance. Maybe Yotsuyu is gonna end up helping us, you know, like the exchange is gonna go sour, and Yotsuyu is gonna be there, and she's gonna well, die, I guess, by helping, to repent or something. That's my guess, anyway. And I still think there's a good chance Kozetsu's gonna insist on showing up as well. If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I am afraid you've wasted the trip. And what fine subjects you will make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts will be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. I think Yotsuyu is gonna try to kill her brother. There's a good chance. She did seem to actually genuinely regret. I mean, she was gonna kill herself out of guilt, so I'm assuming she does regret what she has done. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at the master's whistle. And I will not presume to treat you as thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think of such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Maybe you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find that we are simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we're not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alice. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and as you may be aware, we recently negotiated negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I will. I will ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You will not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? Huh. You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, and so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. It feels weird thinking that we're actually helping pirates, you know? Very well, the Confederacy agrees to your request, and you will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during the battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterlines rises, those upper planks have best be free of cracks. Limbs are pirates, I know. I guess I didn't think too deep. Yeah, I guess so, but I've never, until now, I haven't really thought too deeply about it. I mean, we barely ever interact with Limsa. Well, not barely ever, but it's been a while at least. I never really thought about that, though. I guess they are, though. Wait, are they? Isn't their leader Merlwyb also, though, like working against the pirates or something like that? I know a little bit about the pirate stuff because of the couple of quests I did for to get Arcanist leveled up, and then Summoner eventually. Well, not Summoner because that's in New Gridania, but you know, like they are against like the pirates, kinda. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I never really thought about it too much, actually. Now that I think about it, pirates became a nation, yeah, and then the leaders preventing them, right? Like from becoming. I don't know. I really should look more into that now that I think about it. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me a favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in a thrice. Thrice? That is the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. You just made some French guacamole. Nice. Or are you eating it with some tacos or some nachos? So many possibilities. Huh. I don't even know what I'm gonna have for dinner. I still gotta think. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Chips and chicken, nice! I've never had it with chicken. Actually, now that I think about it. Well, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Oh my god, where is this ship? I thought it was like right next to the pier. Oh, there it is. That way. Oh, I know the ship. I stood on it once. Years ago. Before this place was free. Or Al Amigo. Oh. Okay, I should probably heal myself because I'm fairly sure those monsters too like to be aggressive if you happen to exist in their field of vision. Okay, here we go. And let's get. Nah, it's fine if I close this actually. Inspect, not suspect. No, it does say suspect. Suspect hull plank. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. Just put some flex tape on it. That will sell here. I sewed this boat in half, and then I fixed it with the power of flex tape. How soon? Looks like I am doing the Karate Kid training. You see no signs of damage here. Okay. Oh, there's Ian. What's he got to say? The water is so invigorating. I have not swum in the Ruby Sea since. But I should not be concentrating on task at hand. It would be funny if Alfino was the one with us here. We'll just see him like trying to doggy paddle in place. For once, I'm actually glad Yugiri isn't here. I doubt you have taken kindly to a pirate inviting Hien to inspect his hull. Yeah, she's right. She will have blown a fuse. Were she to know. Oof, man. Oh, I actually managed to. I thought I wasn't gonna be able to jump from there, but okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. I thought that was never mind. That looks suspiciously like a baboon's bottom. Honestly, I was very concerned for a moment. Exactly. Water parkour. My god, that must be hard because of the added weight of the water on your clothes. I am the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need my attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. Oh, the port side near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in the gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracks or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hien! The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ha, this is quite alright. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take you are of Doma? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Mayhap my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you've met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he's nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to live this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toe with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yangsha or out in the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and the others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Alright. To the Enclave. I don't understand why it makes me go to the boat when we've already attuned to the crystal. Can I not teleport there? Can I really not? The Doman Enclave. Ah, so I can't teleport straight there. It's weird that the map... Usually the map takes you to wherever you need to go straight, not to the boat that takes you there, but whatever. At last, I can see this place without it being dark or raining. Actually nice. It's quite nice. Is that an axe? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. My god, I keep seeing weapons from like other classes and I'm like, oh, I want that. I want this so bad, it looks so good. And I'm like, no, it's gonna take forever to get there. Besides, who knows where the heck he got this weapon or what it's called. Lord Tieno is just, yeah, let me in. Lemon. It seems Yugiri and Alfino completed their task before us. They've been waiting. Forever? What forever? What? Did I say something that entails saying forever? I don't know. I already forgot. I was saying the axe, and then I don't know if it'll take forever for me to get. Did I say it will take forever to get axe? Do you know it? Is it like a very high leveled one, or did I say it will take forever to get it? I mean, it probably wouldn't now that I think about it. I do have the level bonus, but I still don't trust myself to play the tank, if I'm being honest. I'm no leader. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. Is it? Huh, I thought it would look, I thought all of them were gonna be ironwork related, poetic, like all poetic weapons and armor will be ironworks related. Or looking like, looking very sciencey and technological kind. Well, that's not right. I don't know, like all white, like the level 50 and the level 70 look the same more or less. So I thought it would be this case as well for that. I guess not. Not all ironworks. I guess not. Maybe it's like, for all I know, it's like the opposite. It's like my weapon, like the one I have right now, is the same as his, except, minus the astrologian version. I doubt it, though. Mine doesn't look the same. His looked like a... I looked at it like it looked cool at first glance, and then I saw there was actually like a crescent moon with a bunch of like clouds in the middle, and I thought, wow, that looks really good. Stormblood wants look all Japan themed. Alright. Well, now that I think about it, if we're being technical, I don't believe I've seen the Ishgardian looking weapons that you buy for Poetics, unless they're the ones in Idleshire. Wait, no, they will be the Idleshire ones. Never mind. From there, the Confederacy has pledged the ship to ferry us across the One River. Now, we have but to attend the exchange, and pray to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. I have a feeling they won't be not necessary. Intelligence, mind. Yeah, Idleshire. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. So they're, yeah, and Ishgard is level 60. Like Heavensward is level 60, right? This place level 70. I'll take this one. I don't even know which one I picked. It's just random. The primary agreement. I guess I gotta find where to buy these weapons. Because I don't think it was Kugane. I don't think it was Kugane where you buy them. It's probably here, now that I think about it. It would make sense if it was here. Here we go. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. Yeah, I imagined it will then turn... It will be very surprising if this exchange went without a hitch, He will see that he arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with the Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. Damn, I don't know why, I really like this music in this room. Primary agreement. I think I need to take the boat for this. Okay, let's use this freaking Ethernet connection access thing, because I got it, gosh darn it. Ferry docks. And I might as well use it. The ferry docks. Here we go. What is that? Is that a shark? It's a shark. The Major General. Are there shark people in this game? I guess it will make sense. There are turtle people, and they did say that. And I remember where we were, where Jugiri's parents live. At some point, it was mentioned that there's more people out there in the ocean, like ocean people. So I guess it makes sense that there are shark people. Can't wait to see them then. It's kind of cool. Yes, give me the ride. Oh yeah, and surprisingly, even though despite that when I was on break, I thought my logbook will be expired, but turns out I still have some time. Ocean, man. Ocean's 11. Wonder what else is there then. And how's there? Wait, but and there were regular sharks as well. What's the difference? Are they like relatives? How does that work? So many questions. Do regular sharks get used to being used as like rides for the shark people? There are 2 sharkmen. I look forward to that then. I really want to see how they move around. Very big boys. Yes, I like sharks. I hope I sincerely hope that if they are the bosses, I sincerely hope that there's gonna be like, even if only a little bit, you know how like they have really good music for the boss fights, like their unique music. I hope that it starts with like the Jaws theme, like dun 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 dun, and then you know it just turns out like their own music, you know. One's red and the other one's blue. I guess they're related. Everything in the ocean is divided by 2 factions, the blue and the red, like the Kojin. That'd be kind of funny. Your party is assembled then? Yes. Aye, and ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intention, we will bring our people home. Giri, you're to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. It's gonna be a duty, isn't it? Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. Shall we see you safely home? Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it. Alright, it's going down. Looks like we're gonna end today's stream with a bang as well. Okay, that does sound cool. I sincerely hope they have a little bit of Jaws theme somewhere in their own boss theme though. That'd be cool. What are in the boxes? Oh, what if they were used as like ether subjects like Kryl and the others in Alamigo? What if the people are in there, in the boxes? That will also make sense. Although I don't think it is it.
The hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Do you smell that? It's BS. I have a very keen nose for it.
We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are.
Something else inside. It's either gonna be some sort of what if they are the what did they call them? You know, when they what they did to remember that guy that kept like running away after each fight? They called him something reattuned or something like that. They could be those, right? Reattuned, so reanimated, something like that. It could be those. They're like because they're super strong or something, and this is what they're gonna use to fight.
Forgive my curiosity.
They look like coffins.
Is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
Oh no, not the spiders, no! I'm getting flashbacks from that time at the end of the game where I had to go through the vents full of them.
I expected such compassion. Welcome though
I
it is.
I am still so glad that I was able to get through to that and not actually get stuck there, because I would have actually quit the game if I had actually had gotten stuck to that. Oh, I'm
But then I
getting
was also surprised by the news that one of
chills.
our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook.
Oh, it's
in the
okay. It
spirit
was
of
just
the
me embarrassing myself mostly, I think. They had you. The whole ship was also already destroyed, and a bunch of xenomorphs were roaming the whole thing. There were literally eggs everywhere, and they had me go through like a vent full of eggs and the spidery things that the face hugger things. It was full of them, and I had to like actually somehow get through to that, and I just couldn't because I kept running out of flamethrower, and I had no other choice than to actually like shoot them. So I had to actually stare at them, and I couldn't. So I just kept shooting randomly, hoping for the best. And I somehow made it through. What? Just me embarrassing myself? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was embarrassing to look back on it, honestly.
Referring to me, Lord Hien?
Oh, here we go. What's she gonna say? What she's gonna do? I wonder.
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Naori, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Doma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish.
I think she's forcing herself. Her milkshake brings all the samurai to the yard. I think she's pretending though. She seemed very, very guilty before. So I think she's just like...
Your shattered mind is mended.
It isn't.
As per our agreement with the ambassador,
Gozetsu's gonna
you
make
are
a
free
surprise
to return
appearance.
with him to the Empire.
Gozetsu is so gonna make a surprise appearance.
Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself.
This is kinda contradicted Asahi right now. So, I think she's putting up the act. Now does not compute. So either this is a trap to kill Lord Hien, so they can take control from here with whatever is in the boxes.
In this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken.
Right? This is whatever activates whatever is in the boxes, probably.
This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
I don't know if it's just me, but her face also seems to have changed. Didn't she seem... I don't know. She doesn't look convincing. Are they gonna summon an icon? Maybe Susano? Or is there like a moon-related icon? Probably. What was it called? Tsukuyomi?
What has she done?
It's the lunar Japanese thing, so maybe that's it.
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
Okay, so I think the exchange is off, isn't it? At this point. I think it's safe to say the exchange is not gonna happen. Right? Oh, she's gonna do the thing where she's gonna use herself as a vessel, isn't she? Yeah. Yeah, it's called Tsukuyomi, I think, right? Something like that. I don't know if I'm right or... My eyes! The embodiment. Or does she just look... Wow. She's Viera? Or is that like a ribbon or something?
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement.
How convenient.
The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
Figures.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
We're gonna get...
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me, I'm fighting. Probably gonna leave and then there's gonna be a preparation thing.
Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
Are we even sure they're actually here? Honestly...
I knew.
She is Viera.
I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi,
Oh, it is Tsukuyomi.
goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty?
Alright, I gotta admit, I didn't see this coming. I'm kinda mad about it.
All I despise
Not mad,
into
but...
darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fade. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. No, it's more like... No, it's more like kaboom with a question mark at the end. I didn't even think this a possibility. I didn't know what was gonna... I didn't know what was gonna happen, but... Pasture of Luminous? Wait, is it gonna be like... Are we gonna fight the bunches? No, there's no way we're gonna fight... It's... Surely it's gonna be straight there. A Kojin relic, a hidden trove of crystals. Is this a trial? Yeah, it is a trial. Also, thank you. I am actually hyped. I like... Oh, what if this is what where the player got the axe from? Because see, the crescent moon. What if this is where the axe came from? I think this is a trial. I'm gonna look for the extreme. I hope I don't have to actually unlock the extreme instances of every Ishgardian one first, though. Because I still gotta get through every A Realm Reborn one too. God, I just thought about that. I really... whatever. Let's see what happens. To a degree, I kind of want her to have some sort of redemption. To a degree now. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. Also, this cigarette looks very dangerous. Looks like if you're not careful, you're gonna stab yourself, get the back of your mouth with it. Okay, here we go. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Okay, you get the spear. Second draw. The other tank gets the other balance. Oh god. Maybe I should have practiced before this. I don't know if I am ready for this sort of confrontation. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I get out? No, I didn't get out of the way in time. Dang it. I thought about using my... what is this called again? Essential Dignity. Like, gives you more health the lower you are. But I thought about it for too long. Is the other healer dead? The other healer is dead as well. It's a wipe. Oh man. Unless there's another one that can... no, there's no one else that can revive us. Enough of that. I wouldn't want the pain to grow familiar. Midnight Haze. I'm so mad. I should have done... I did a bunch of stuff yesterday, but I should have done also some boss fights in between to get used to it again. I could have handled it much better, honestly. Oh. Wow. Oh yeah, I guess this is where the actual theme starts playing. Whoa. Suffering. Worthless excuse for a doctor, you're nothing but trouble. A font of misery, that's what you are. Wait, is that her? It is her. Spectre of... oh, the specters of their family. Wow. I just realized that the other guy can... wait, you can be a paladin without the shield. Spectre of the Empire. I wonder what will happen after this though. Oh my god, are they gonna like three people beat this? Spectre of Asahi. Fight like your life depends on it, dear sister. You wouldn't want to disappoint me. If it isn't the cold-blooded little worm, always crawling through the rotten what? Heart. Asahi, you more than any other. Is that her laying on the ground still? Oh yeah, she is. Well, I kinda wish I was not dead for this. If anything, to at least speed up him. You pitiful fortunes can bring you no lower. You have come to deliver judgment for my failure? Cut me down then, surely, what? Surely it is a simple task. Be gone. Wow. A tiresome contest, be gone from my sight. All bitterness and ashes. Oh my god, don't tell me I actually missed the whole thing. Oh, it's a wipe. I can't... well... alright, let's concentrate this time. Serious mode activated. Engaging serious thrusters. Okay, I'm gonna focus on healing for the most part. And I'm not gonna think of saving any abilities, I'm just gonna go for it whenever if there's like any reason to feel like I should.
Your end is near.
Okay. Never again. Not by the same move. If I can help it at least. Okay. Wrong one. I thought it was like another phase, but I guess they got wiped. Maybe they didn't kill Xenos in time or something? Oh yeah, I guess that's it, because they couldn't do enough damage to kill him. So that made like more damage, the explosion did more damage because of it. Okay, let's give some reason and that thing. What the heck am I? That looks weird. Okay. Okay. You blow away. Okay, so far so good. And I'm alive for this, good. Whoa, can't move. It's actually kinda cool, honestly. Oh, what she means is probably the primal feeds on her spite and suffering. Okay, let's beat up her parents, I mean. Kinda deserve it, honestly. Wait, no, they're dead already, actually. Okay, there's one left? Yeah. Spectre of Homeland, Spectre of the Empire. Her thoughts on like maybe having to choose, I guess, one side or the other. You take this. You get a heal. Spectre of Asaki. Okay. Seems a lot better than the first time. Everyone's alive so far. There's Xeno. Mr. Xenomorph. Xenomorpheus. Oh, that's smart. They force you to not be able to move so that you can actually see what as Gozetsu's appearance. Oh, another one. Back. Okay, let's go. Divination for more damage. Beat him up. Oh god. What the heck is going on with the damage? Okay, is he dead? What now? Perhaps, but it is too late for me. There can be no redemption. A night bloom shall flower here upon the site of my demise. Oh, that's so pretty. Hey, these buggers, how you doing? Got right in the middle of a boss fight. Got right in the middle of the... Gosh. It didn't work. Simulacra 2 did not work at all. It kept getting... apparently there's supposed to be like a cutscene when you choose who you want to play as. A detective or a tabloid guy or something like that. But then whenever I clicked both, it wouldn't let me work. It didn't work. It like froze on the very beginning of what should have been a cutscene apparently. I looked into it a little bit and I just could not... How did I die? I could not make it work at all. So I just kinda gave up on it for now. Like I really looked into it and no one knows what to do. I couldn't fix it. So my plan is just wait a little bit, see if there's an update or anything of the sort, and then go back to it, and hopefully it'll be back. Okay. Oh god. But I did really want to try it out. Okay. I was hyped for it, honestly. Like, the party was really, really good, but for now I'll wait and see if there's any development on that. Okay.
Accuse with night, I shall prevail.
Okay. I don't know which side to stand on. This side? Which side? I think this is what killed me the other time. Oh, something's happening. Okay. Will we make it or no? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Heart of the cards. What the? I had full HP. What killed me then? Okay, well. Okay. Concentrate. I mean, I can look into it again. It's been a while. Maybe. But I did, like, I really did, like, I even uninstalled it and reinstalled it a couple of times. Nothing worked. Stack marker. Oh, stack marker. Okay. Oh, yikes, yikes. Come back to life. Circle of healing. Okay, you heal and you gotta heal.
I'll grind you under my heel.
See. Oh. Oh no! Oh my god! Is that a sword she's holding? That's a sword she's holding. Maybe I should really read like instruction or something. Maybe like I'm supposed to have some specific knowledge of the boss before starting. I don't know if that's the thing. Okay, heart of the cards. The arrow for the bard. Oh my god, so much is going on. I can't even focus on. I don't know what to focus on. Okay, the ball for me. Heal for tank. Okay, she's almost done. Stuck. Okay. Okay. Come on, we're so close. Come on, divination. The damage buff. Someone's dead. Okay, gotta wait it out. Oh wait, no, the other healer's got it. Alright, stand behind the, I guess. Come on, what the? Okay. Resident Evil, have not gotten it yet. No, I'm waiting for a discount or something right now. I can't really afford to. Oh god, come on. What is hitting me? Is it over? Nah, why did I died right at the last second? They sucked. I want a rematch. No, we're doing Outlast for now. On the weekends, I mean. We just started it, more or less. Man. No thing. I got nothing. Oh god, I really gotta practice. I don't wanna keep dying on these. Or at least, I don't know. Okay. What now? She's still alive? Yes, good. Because that's not a way to go. Son of a hitchhiker. Who was it? Of course he's not gone. A rotten guy to the last. Come on, we can get in the way. I'm a healer. Come on. I can heal those. I've healed worse things. Are we really gonna let him pass
You
through?
really must learn to finish the job.
I'm gonna let me punch him. Please tell me
True
we
that
punch
a gaudy
him.
mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
Piece of crap. Are we really gonna let him walk? Come on! I will not. I will throw this guy off the edge of this platform. Are you seriously letting him?
My, such hostility. These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Pure garbage.
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Piece of crap. He's a piece of crap. Like, let's Spartan kick him off that edge.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
Oh, good. That means I can do whatever I want to you now then. That means... Please tell me which is freaking...
It should have been mine.
What? Oh, the Viceroy position.
The power he bestowed upon her.
Yeah, okay.
I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
Figures. I didn't even think about that.
I loved him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Okay, yeah. Alright, who did it? Because I need to thank them. Was it Gozetsu?
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance.
What? Ah, I guess she still has the power, huh? Okay, good.
These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. made my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
Okay.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Gosh darn it, this is not fair.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Oh, they're still alive. If we get a vision to make that tries to make us feel bad for him, I'm gonna lose it.
Lord Xenos.
Ah, we're gonna see the Ascian controlling his body. Does he know?
I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
I guess no matter what, they succeeded, huh?
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord.
And so painfully also, the plan of an Ascian. They're always this complicated. I still not have forgotten either that he's the white-robed Ascian, the one who made me go through the freaking spider area. Never forget him for that.
My master, Lord Xenos. He will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
But at what cost?
She is gone? Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
It was never a thing to begin with.
Lord Hien!
Oh, great, here we go. These guys were probably actually good guys, but now here we go.
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
Or is he actually a
thought to
Popularis?
escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Yeah, I think this guy is one of the only good guardians. Yeah, an actual Popularis. Xenos was behind this plot, is not gonna confuse them, so I think it's better if I go with this. Not that it matters,
I have heard tell of this
probably.
power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
And how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court?
Kinda.
The idea is inconceivable, absurd.
Not really, no.
But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
I don't
Your
think the
efforts may
Emperor
yet bear
cares.
fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second in command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pybus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Yeah, they probably don't. The Xenos or whatever the ambassador, what was his name? The emissary's name is not gonna be expecting them actually coming back with the soldiers. All they cared about was the icon, probably. So.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
What?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Asian waiting in the wings.
Yes.
Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
So we're going straight into the belly of the beast? Is this where Shadowbringers goes to
Were
actual
you indeed willing to
Garlemald?
share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
Into the belly of the beast.
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
Ah yes, because they let you just walk in and strike deals with the important people without either putting you in prison, killing you, kicking you out. You know, surely this plan is sure to go well. This is your moment. I believe in you. I mean, I believe. I'm trying to believe, I guess. What else can we do? That sound... whatever.
It is not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind.
Can I go
Just
too?
try not to do anything reckless, all
I
right?
wanna see.
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
Shadowbringers is just gonna be the plot to getting Alphino the heck out of Garlemald. Just a long rescue mission. What a roller coaster. Yeah, I guess that will make sense. The message for the people, because the Asian wants to make it so that people who are like, oh, we should change how things are going around here, will be shaken by the icon. But then, if even despite that happen, the soldiers actually made it back, then that will kind of break the purpose of this whole thing. So my guess is, yeah, it will make sense that he will try to destroy it before it makes it back, and then blame the Domans for it. That'd be my guess of what could happen as well. Who knows though? I guess we'll see. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not interfered. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. This little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most of them made it to Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. I'm surprised they actually did bring the conscripts. I thought they wouldn't. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. Though twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion. A bittersweet thing, I guess. I didn't think the game would make it, but it actually made me feel bad for Yotsuyu, despite everything. Brother sucks though. He sucks buttocks. He is the worst. I am glad we don't have to worry about him anymore. Oh, it's the pirate kid.
How often have I imagined this moment?
Oh
Thank
god.
you for helping it come to pass.
You know, the realization just dawned upon me that tomorrow we go back to Outlast. I'm like, no. I just thought about it. I saw the time. I was like, oh, I can't. Tomorrow, I guess we're gonna be seeing what happens next. I really don't know where this story is going right now. But then I remembered, oh no, tomorrow is Outlast. I'm like, no. Oh god. I wonder where they all were. The conscripts, I mean. Ah, Gosetsu.
Ah, there you are.
Gosetsu, your hair. My friend, what have you done?
It doesn't look too bad though. I think.
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before.
He looked like he was going in order by height.
And with that, I take my leave.
Alright, we got a little bit of time left. Let's see where this goes. The primary agreement. Kozetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kien Kan. I will thank you properly. Truly bittersweet. So much happens here. Then I go back to that hellish asylum. Oh god, I feel like I feel like a little kid. You're terrified of a place and you're like, no, you're just kicking and screaming, no, don't take me there, no. That's what I feel like. Just the thought of it. God, I can't wait to be done. I never thought I'd say this, but I can't wait for the weekend to be over, even if it hasn't started yet. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dreams of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will leave us a long memory, and one that will never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. I don't think, not even Alien Isolation made me feel this way. I am actually horrified of the thought of going back in there. But alas, I made my choice. I will not leave it unfinished. If anything, it is better to leave it to finish it. I mean, lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos leave is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but to wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gusetsu, by building a nation in which none need to live in fear. I confess, I miss him already, but the thought he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in a past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Kosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance, without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Yes, but the brother had to come in and screw it all up. Well, that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death, with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother? Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. What now? What comes after this mess? Despite the happy, like, ending, a lot of crap happened. Not crap, but, like, it went so much, I can't even begin to think what's next. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we've a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones... God, the Rising Stones, I didn't even remember the Rising Stones until now. It's weird to think about it. We're going back to Mordona after everything that has happened. Let's call in at Ralgor's Reach. We shall be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. God, it's like... okay, doesn't matter, let's go. From Girabania, from... Oh god. I have so much to think about, everything. It's just so much that happened today. Sure, there wasn't that much action, but the weight of every little bit of story that happened today is heavy. It was kind of redemption, sort of, with Fordola and Yutsuyu, somewhat. They were the same in a way. Not the same, but you know. No, they were the same. They both did the things they did because of circumstance. Thanks. I'm not gonna lie, I actually felt a little bit emotional at the end there. Samko, Alize, you're back. No, Alfino? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Carmel. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Zeno might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke, gods, it better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well, and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might not doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Samko's. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. It was him. It was, well, kind of. It was his body, is all we can say, really. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing impostor. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Yeah, and we threw the Needhog's eyeballs off a freaking bridge that goes into the who knows where down there, and despite that, we still saw the ice. So, you know, the Ashians have really good recovering skills, it will seem. Aye, and some went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Oh, that makes sense, actually. Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alfino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on their building on the work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to the headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have been gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Yeah, that seems like a good plan, honestly. As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right to file in his grave. But if it will put the rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhow in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. Okay, so we're going tomb raiding. Okay, I was gonna end it at 4 hours exactly, but I kinda wanna see where this goes. So let's finish this quest before we end it, because I was gonna call it here, but I'm actually curious about this. I wanna see, is it gonna be straight out empty? Is it gonna be like a dummy with a picture of Xenos flex taped onto it or something? I'm actually curious about this, so let's go there first and then we'll call it. That, and I'm also starting. I want to make as much stuff to think about for tomorrow, because tomorrow is... I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. What were we on? And oh yeah, we were in Outlast. We were just getting down onto the sewers. We went down that freaking hole in the showers, and the freaking choir started singing as if something was gonna happen, and then nothing did. I am legitimately not sure if I'm gonna be able to finish that game, because I think this is the first time I've legitimately been too scared. I feel actively... Do you ever think, like, you ever hear like something outrageous be told to you and you actively cringe away from it? That's what I'm getting from that game. I legitimately do not want to go back in. I would rather play something else. I've even gotten a couple of games for the future. I got, what was it called? Cry? Devil May Cry, that's it. The 5th one or something like that. I don't know if it's important to play the other ones, but apparently it's okay to play that one without prior knowledge. I think. Not sure. It seemed like a good game either way, so there's that. And then there's Nier Automata. These are some very big stairs, but this is not where we're supposed to be going. I should stop. If I keep making more suggestions, I'm actually gonna chicken out of playing that Outlast, I mean, so I'm just gonna keep going with this. What the heck? Is this not it? Oh wait, the map was open already. Okay, how about we go around? I hope Thanker takes that eye patch off. I just thought about this. He looks good, better without it. Looked better before at the very beginning with the short hair, no eye patch. Not like his eye color matters too much, but... That's very messed up when you think about it, though. They freaking went into his grave, and how did they even find the grave of Xenos, actually? How did they find it? How does that work? I get how they found the eyes. They were very strong things, so I'd assume, oh, I don't know, powerful ether attracted them to it or something. But how did they find his body? What the heck? This is it. God's he'd better be in there. Someone scrolled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more of it. Oh, they probably like inscribed some. I don't know. So no one thought to check in if the coffin was still occupied? Well then, we are present with but one course of action, and we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? Here we go. Obviously, he's not gonna be in there. I'm actually curious though if there's gonna be anything at all.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Figures. I like the lightning. That's a good timing.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Oh, it is. Very much, yes. I already told you when... whatever. Alright, who's looking? Uh-oh. That's not good. Who is that? An Ascian, maybe? Why does an Alamigan have a katana also? I know it doesn't really... It's not really important, but it's bugging me. Why does an Alamigan have a katana? If there's no corpse, then... Are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with the doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body, in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xeno's body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put a grave back, once I have put this grave back, the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was promptly dead. I think there's a very good chance that guy that just saw us back there is an Ashian, because, you know, they wear masks all the time, so what prevents one from taking a soldier and checking in on whenever we finally find out that the body's missing? If he wasn't, that was some trick. He was as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Robon needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralgor's Reach. The plot thickens like a fine soup, except it doesn't really, because we already know the answer to whether he's dead or not. Well, he is dead, technically. Whatever. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due for another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It is past time we share these developments with the others. It's just one thing after another, after another, after another. They don't stop coming. At least they have the nicety of coming one at a time. Imagine if everything happened at the same time, then it really would be game over. How nice though. We were spared the guilt to teleport here. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urian J over Linkpearl and gave him a full report. Ishtola is on her way and she'll be here any... Alize, Samko, it is good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Okay. Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too will conclude that an Ashian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Samko? Nay, Alfino had the right of it. Will that his wisdom extend to the question of his own safety? Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold and the shadowy web of the paragons, like as not. Yeah, it's not very smart, honestly, just going straight into the freaking Empire's capital. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in any position to criticize, but I'm worried. I wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. This game has a really good. They are really good about making it seems like we won, but not really, you know, because the stuff going in the background. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Who is it gonna be? The dumbest hat man or the dead man with a ghost man inside him? No, that sounds wrong. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the rite beyond repairing. Sorry, I thought I clicked it, but now and then there's like a delay, and I thought I did, but I guess not. Everything proceeding according to plan. Every party behaving exactly as required. Does he not think this is messed up? His son's dead body is being whatever. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to secure the salvation of this star. Sure you do, buddy. Sure. Uh-huh. Of course he does. Where is this? Looks like a dungeon we did recently, but I don't remember where exactly. Oh, so there's more than one traitor, eh? What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I ask you a question, soldier. Oh, it isn't. He does? I thought I imagined it, but he does have a katana. Katana and blue eyes. Was there anybody there that we met in Doma like that? No, but he's Elysian. He has to be an Ashian. Right? He has to be. There was no... I've never seen an Alamigan with a katana. What are you... Have you lost your mind? Because I'll help you find it. Yep, he's Ashian or something like that. Who else was there? Was there anybody? I can't... There was... I don't remember anybody Elysian in Doma. There were no Elysian. I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. Katana-wielding soldier. There, upon the stage, I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. No. But that doesn't make sense. That's Zeno, isn't it? Right? That's the only thing that will make sense. That's Zeno. Are you serious? Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace the goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must... Yep, that's Zeno. So how does that work, though? Because he was dead already. If I remember correctly, they... Oh, I guess... Okay, I have a theory. The Ashen possessed this guy, the guy Zeno is right now. And I remember a while ago, like a Realm Reborn a while ago, they said that when someone dies, their ether stays there for a while. So maybe he got to the grave and he like swapped souls with them. So the Ashen was this guy before. Right? That's the only thing that could make sense. And that's why he's here. They used the body swapping thing. But I don't understand. Why not only possess him? Maybe he was strong enough to not be possessed or something? I don't know. But this is definitely Zeno. What will he do now, I wonder? This is wow, this is not a twist I saw coming at all. I thought it was gonna be like an Ashian and he was gonna inform the other guy. Turns out, nope, that's not it. And it makes sense that he had a katana. Yeah, that's the only... I still think it's weird that they didn't just straight up take over the body, but... I don't know. It's weird, but it makes sense. I mean, he said also, literally no one else has said anything about the hunt. So it has to be Zeno. There's no way it isn't. You know? Emote? Thunder. Okay, what does it say? Okay, I think. And so, with such a twist, as good cliffhanger as any, not that there was going to be any continuation until at some point we reached whatever Zeno is going to do. So it's a cliffhanger either way, even if I kept playing. So this is all that's it for today. I'm not looking forward to tomorrow, but I will keep practicing. I will try to play in between streams, so I don't suck as much as I did today. Because I don't like that I've been dying so much in boss fights. It kind of annoys me because it's like, also, you know, I get instant queues. I feel like I should do better as a healer, at least for the sake of the rest of the other players who have to play with me. So I feel bad about that. The other healer keeps having to carry me. So I'll try to practice that. However, tomorrow, tomorrow we have to go back into Mount Massive Asylum. There's sewers. I hope I'm close to the end of the game. I can always go back to Dancer, yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like I want to try another class. I may actually try another class. I really gotta think about that. But it feels a little bit like a waste, because the thing is, I really have to sort the armors as well because of it if I want to go with something else. To study the healers. I didn't see it that way. The issue is, I think I focus too much. I don't know. Like I said, I get tunnel vision very easily, so I gotta... when I stare at the HP bars, I start doing damage, and I forget about healing. I start healing, and I forget about damage, so yeah, I gotta find an in-between. Or maybe I should just drop healing altogether. Maybe I'm just not fit for healing. Or I don't know about tanking. I still don't think I should try that out for... Maybe I'll practice... well, my point is, I'll practice either way off screen, so that I I not only grow even rustier, but at least grow. I'd like to think that I can become at least decent at doing this, you know, to a degree where at least if there's a problem, it's something that's quickly solvable. Yeah, that's the thing though. Basically the whole thing, the whole time. It's like literally the whole game. Ever since the beginning, I'm always staring at the cooldowns at the hotbar because I don't memorize them, or I have to look at them because I have to click them because the numbers are too far away and I have to be moving in the meantime at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, I probably really should start doing that. I am gonna try to, even if it's not like the extreme instance, I'm gonna try to redo Tsukuyomi and Shri Lakshmi as well because I don't feel satisfied with the way that went. In both of the fights, I died, especially on today's boss fight because I died literally seconds before the cutscene of the end of the fight was on. So that kind of really hurt. You know, it hurt my pride, man. I can't take that blow. It's too much. I gotta get my honor back. Honor. Yes, that's what this is all about in the end. So yeah. But for now, I guess we all gotta set our sights for tomorrow. And I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah, good game. I legitimately do not want to play this. When I say this, I mean Outlast. I want to go back, but I gotta make my peace. I'm gonna like watch some like wholesome cat videos before I start the stream or something because I legitimately cannot handle the pressure. It's too much. That's why I ended the stream early on Saturday because I just could not take it anymore. So I'm gonna try to like cool down, you know, relax, or whatever emotion is needed to counteract fear, and then hopefully it'll go better. So yeah, thank you very much for coming by. I really appreciate it. If it's for a little bit or the whole thing, I think I said that backwards. Tomorrow we'll be streaming at 5:40. Oh, let's say 5:35. I'm starting. I think I usually start the stream around that time. So I'm gonna with 5:35 give myself a little bit more leeway because I keep doing stuff too late. I really gotta get rid of that habit. And I hope you have a great day, night, or time in general. And I will see you tomorrow. I hope you grab your popcorn or something. I'm gonna be well. No, honestly, I wouldn't want to watch myself freaking trying keeping interrogating myself why the heck I agreed to this. But honestly, I still wonder why I did in the first place. But yeah, or whatever the case may be, I'll see you tomorrow for more. Until next time, bye bye.